Evening all. Sorry for the brief delay. I was sorting everything out on this side. I've been moving wires and digging out old wires for my VR stuff and moving things around and screwing plug sockets underneath my desk. It's all been a bit pulled apart today, but I think we're back together and I think everything's working. So hopefully you can hear me and you can see me and the volumes are reasonable. Thank you, Festus. Aren't you supposed to be on holiday, AJ? We actually met up with AJ today, which was really nice. It's really lovely to be able to put a face to a name. It's great when we're at a convention or something and, you know, backers come on over and say hello. I love that. Yeah, it's been surprisingly not raining much today. We were supposed to have like thunder and lightning between like midday and 8 PM and nothing, just sunshine, which was annoying because I really wanted some thunder and lightning. I'm a big fan of wild weather. So today we are going to be working more on the Caravella class. If I switch to SketchUp, it's literally been sat like this since Wednesday. I haven't touched it, obviously. Otherwise I would get the beat down from Claire. One of the things I was looking at was the viability of having maintenance access down this sticky out bit down the side. And how we're going to deal with the windows potentially intersecting with that. So I think one of the first things we'll do on this stream is maybe try and get that in. Like I said when we started this project, as in this particular ship, we really want to do engineering first. So all the hardware and where everything runs, we want to get that nailed so that we build the ship around it. So we don't want to have to, you know, try and fit in something we want and then try and make that fit the windows. We need the windows to fit the thing that we've added. Oh yeah, that's something I did actually do after the stream on Wednesday, as I added some stairs in here. And I moved these up slightly, only by about 5 degrees, but it was enough to make sure that the thickness of the hull, so we've got a 50 centimeter thickness of the frame, both top and bottom. We need to make sure that that properly aligns with the walkable corridor space. So that then becomes the stairway up into the engine pod. And obviously on the inside, we need some kind of platform you can stand on to perform maintenance on the 3 engines. It's going to be a bit weird, obviously, because they're at an angle, but I'm sure we can make sense of that. I did have to widen the struts ever so slightly, but I think we can probably reclaim a bit of headroom. I think on like UK building regs, you need 2 meters, so that's not that way. Stop it. That way. Oh, SketchUp, why are you doing this? Right, there we go. Yeah, so you need 2 meters of headroom for UK building regs, and we tend to use UK building regs for most things. So it means we've got around about 25 centimeters worth of a room where we could potentially make these struts thinner in order to have them be not quite so imposing. Just make them a bit less chunky. Although once they're all rounded off, they won't look quite so imposing anyway. Yeah, they are Festus. Yes, Oninoni will have both weapons and shields. And yeah, we do have a hull on this one if I turn on all pieces. So right now it looks a bit like this. It's alright from the back, it's alright from the front. I quite like the imposing lump from the front. It's a nice shape, top and bottom. The only bit I don't like is from the side, because we've got this, I don't know, I don't like how we have this mirrored lump above and below. So I think I'll probably smooth it off underneath and then just have it more pronounced on the top, so it's not quite so odd looking. But yeah, that's basically what shape it's going to be. We just need to really work on the detail. Obviously, the engine struts are going to be blended into the hull, so they won't be all sharp angles like this. That'll be a nice sort of smooth curve where that gets blended in. Same on top, that was going to smoothly curve in. And then we'll probably have, if we've got batteries like underneath here like this, we might have maybe sort of like some heat sinks on the back there. We'll start adding detail. And obviously this bit needs to be rounded as well. But I will need to obviously expand this outer section here so that we can fit some maintenance access down there, which means I'll probably need to make it wider on this section and probably even this section, which means that these struts might get longer and the ring might get bigger, but we'll keep sort of fudging and squeezing and pulling until everything is fitting the way we want it to. Which piece were we looking at? That one. Okay. Yeah, well, one of the things we'll be doing is having customizable hull coloring, so you'll be able to pick any RGB color for at least the hull detailing. Yeah, I'll see how I could do, yeah, because that's basically this is the science labs underneath, so they will need windows, and there is an alternative option here. We have the engineering battery rooms and things down there, and we could potentially put some science labs at the back. But we're a little bit strapped for space in that regard, so we'll yeah, we will see how that goes once we start squeezing things in. Yeah, it would be nice to have some hull painting. I mean, it's easy enough to do. We can just stick a decal on it, but it's having a selection to choose from, which is easy enough. We could just have a database of generic images. Having them customizable gets a little bit more difficult because of multiplayer. But yeah, we can certainly do an internal database of stuff. Right, so why don't we start making a potentially perfectly circular tunnel down the side here, and then we can work out what room we need and then where those cables and things need to run. So the midway point would be there. So that's 25 to there, 25 to there. Yep. So let's just make sure that this is also in the midpoint. Right, just so that we're all aligned. So that's our scale reference. Good old Bryce, he always helps us scale things. So he has a half height, including his hair, of about 73 centimeters. So if we go, I guess 100. No, that's way too big. 80 maybe. So basically we need height enough that the frame can fit. Oh, is he not on the mid plane? That doesn't help, does it? How tall are you, Bryce? Right, so that's 180. So right, that's more like it. Okay, so that would be, yeah, so I think we're going to need a 2 meter tall space just to have it comfortable to walk down whilst still being relatively enclosed. And then we just need to squeeze that in there. So if we do something like that, and then that. Then the walk space would be something like that. And then we'd have all the pipes and cables and things around the edge there. Although, I guess that doesn't necessarily need to be perfectly circular. We could straighten the edges a bit. Yeah, do please tag Starship Simulator, otherwise I won't see the question because I tend to get like focused on what I'm doing. Oni Noni, yeah. So engineering basically takes up like the bulk of the middle bit there. So you've got, hang on, if we turn off that bit of hull. So this is the top of engineering here. So this is like an engineering stairwell that only engineering have access to. That's what the orange bit corresponds to. And you've got these battery rooms hanging over the back. If we turn off deck 1, you can see this is the actual footprint of engineering other than the battery rooms. So that's the upper floor of the reactor room. That's the lower floor of the reactor room. And then you've got the coolant and cryo tanks and things underneath, and the engineering control room to the front there. So you get to engineering from the bottom of the main stairwell. You go through the engineering office, through the cryo storage, which might drop down further into some tanks underneath, which would probably be a little bit more sensible, which means we'll have another flight of stairs there. And then you have to basically traverse this main engineering stairwell to get to everything. And then as you go up, you'll see you have things like access to the engine pylons either side. And that's mirrored down below as well. So you can see down here on deck 4, you've got the same thing where you've got access there down into the engine pods on both sides. So what we've ended up with is like this central engineering traversal space that kind of gives you access to everything within the engineering scope. And I'd like to connect that through to this somehow, but the problem we have is that obviously up on deck 3 you've got the main crew access to the shuttle bay, which skirts around engineering, so you don't know engineering exists, from that deck. But on deck 2, we're going to have to put a door here in the main crew access. So the debate was whether or not we actually remove the upper access level to the shuttle bay. And there's no practical necessary reason to have an upstairs access point in the shuttle bay, which means we can then turn these corridors into engineering spaces, stick a wall across there so that so this is only serving these 2 additional crew quarters. They're kind of spares anyway, which means that we could then have really direct access into what would be all the additional fuel and water tanks and things down the sides. We are also lacking a room for water recycling and oxygen generation, so we need to squeeze that in somewhere. So I think widening this back section is probably the only practical way of doing that. Yeah, so the all the RCS fuel tanks will be down the sides of the ship, and the argon tanks for the plasma rockets will be actually in the pods themselves. Yeah, so when it comes to airlocks, that's an interesting one. The ships probably will have airlocks, and this would be the obvious place to put them, but we do have engineering access down there, so that's going to be awkward. So we might need to find some other place for that. But the primary way of getting between the ship and other ships or space stations and things will be via shuttles. We can't easily dock 2 big ships together. And something I've mentioned whenever this comes up is that if you think about just the mass and the kinetic energy of something, which is basically the size of an aircraft carrier, and then you take another object of equal mass and you attach them together by something which is like 2 meters wide, then you've got like the mother of all pivot points, and the leverage on that from 2 objects that big is going to be a tremendous amount of force compacted into like just a 2-meter circle. So there is no way that 2 multiple 1,000-ton objects could be held together by like a 2-meter docking ring. It would just literally rip it off. The inertial mass of those objects makes something as tiny as a docking ring completely impractical. So that's why, without lots and lots of clamps holding the ship in place, you wouldn't be able to dock two ships like this together, because any slight amount of movement, the docking port is not going to hold it in place. But for things like shuttles, yes, we do need some way of docking them, but we'll have to keep riffing on that as we go. The shuttle bay makes the most sense for the most part, because no alien vessel is going to have a compatible docking port with a human vessel. I mean, they probably won't even use the same system of measurements as we do, so the only reason you'd ever have a docking port would be for other human ships, and for that we have shuttle bays. But we will have airlocks for getting out onto the outer hull, so that you can walk around and perform maintenance. But yeah, it's the subject of airlocks is something that comes up quite a lot, and we're still indecisive about how to handle those. Yeah, that's how baby ships are made. Yeah, well, the way we're handling the docking of larger alien vessels on the Magellan is we're going to have surface-mounted landing pads, so you'll be able to actually, dock straight on top of the ship, and then we'll have a force field bubble that goes up around the alien vessel, so that you don't actually need like a mating docking port, because again, their docking port is not going to be compatible with yours. I mean, it would just be impossible. So there needs to be some way of transitioning between a larger alien ship and the Magellan, or a ship like this. Yeah, Firstus, exactly. So the very first implementation of planetary landings is probably going to be click a cube and it will teleport you to the surface, or go down to the shuttle bay, click the shuttle and it will teleport you to the surface. The actual act of flying down to the surface is obviously going to take a lot more development, but the act of generating the surface is relatively straightforward. So we'll initially just teleport the player down there, just so that we can start work on actually fleshing surfaces out. And then once we're a ways along with that, then we'll start looking at actually flying down there and avoiding the teleport mechanic. Yeah, shuttles will be used for everything. So we'll have, like in this particular ship, the reason we have room enough for two vehicles is because we need a utility vehicle, which will be used for things like mining, and a troop transport, which is basically just a taxi. So the idea for resupplying with like minerals and things for the 3D printers is you'd pull up to an asteroid, with the main ship, take out the mining vehicle, go do some asteroid mining, and then fly it back in and unload. Right, let's do a bit more of this a minute. I was prepared for a Q&A stream tonight because, obviously we've just put out an update video, and just like when we launch Kickstarter, there's going to be a lot of questions from people who've perhaps not been following the project for a while. So it's all good if questions flow rapidly. Okay, so we have something like that for the maintenance access. And then the question then becomes where we terminate that and how far out it has to stick. Because we need to think about the windows on this deck, which can be no lower than this, and then the same on this deck where they'd have to start, lost in the hull, they'd have to start there, which would be a bit weird because that's basically below eye level. But if they're diagonal like this, then it perhaps won't matter quite so much. And then also, actually, if that's said, we could maybe curve that up a bit there. But we'll see. We'll see what space we have when we get to it. I noticed a question about SketchUp pop up. Yes, we are using SketchUp. This comes up quite a lot on streams it's usually people saying, "Oh my god, are you using SketchUp? That's mental." Yes. And it all started off basically because we're doing ArchViz work. And obviously SketchUp is an ArchViz tool, or an architectural tool. So it's a good fit for the kind of things that we're doing. It's not something you can produce game-ready meshes with. They do need a lot of like post-processing to make them game-ready. Like UV unwrapping is awful in SketchUp, and it doesn't handle things like face weighting on normals or any of the gamey stuff that you need for it to work smoothly with a game engine. But Unreal does a lot of that itself. So we model the base geometry in SketchUp. We then export that to Unreal, and we do all the material work and the face weighting. All of that happens inside Unreal. So all we need SketchUp for is the base geometry, and that happens to be something it's quite good at. So all is good. Right, so I reckon that can probably come in probably a meter or so. So that's about 1 meter there. And there. Yeah, it's the character system uses ALS right now, which like every indie game uses, made by Unreal. That won't always be the case. We do want to make our own much more competent character system. Okay, so yeah, so the outer hull here is definitely going to have to come out a bit further in order for any of that to fit. And where were we here? Yes, we've got plenty of space here for tanks and things. Still not a lot in the way of ground clearance, but I suppose if we're coming down at an angle, that works. I'm used to obviously working with the Magellan, and the tanks are absolutely massive. I'm trying to kind of readjust my scale to I appreciate the fact that the tanks are a lot smaller on this ship. Okay, yeah, so when we do our updated curve for the outer hull, it's going to have to come in no closer than this. And then the question then becomes how well that kind of carries through there. We're going to have to have sloping windows there at the very least for the VIP quarters. Not so much underneath, because that's just a utility room. Which means we will need to, oops. So move that in a tad there. Yeah, which again means that the angle of the window is going to be relatively small. Yeah, eventually the ship will have variable gravity. And one of the things we need for our new character system is they need to be able to walk upside down or walk around the hull. So if you are out here performing maintenance on the hull, like replacing a hull plate or something, we need mag boots where you can walk around and then walk upside down underneath the ship. Or just perform an EVA and kind of jetpack around and have it work in any orientation. So we'll probably have to use the flying character pawn at all times, and then just have that grounded depending on the strength of the gravity. Because we do want to get to the point where if the gravity fails on the ship, obviously players need to be floating about and be able to still navigate whilst floating about. Yeah, so crawl spaces are difficult because it means that we have to handle the NPCs and then having the NPCs transition from standing to crawling in order to access those areas. It's not impossible, of course. We can just force them to crawl, like if they pass the threshold. But then you also have the problem with navigation meshes as well. So obviously, when you generate a navigation mesh, you give it an actor with a certain height, with a certain width, and the way Unreal generates the nav mesh is that it moves this object around, and if that object won't fit through a gap given a predefined height and width, then it won't generate the nav mesh there. But if we have situations where the NPC could be standing or crawling, then we now need two different nav meshes that are generating for those different circumstances. So it's not quite as simple as just make it a crawl space, because there are like lots of knock-on complications as a result of that, as there invariably is with game dev. Nothing's ever simple. Arthur, yeah, so the way we're designing the ships in the game is that they are essentially a honeycomb of pressure vessels. So once all the steel framework and everything's done, each individual crew quarters is a pressure vessel. The corridor beyond is a pressure vessel. So when all of these doors are closed, it is airtight. And the same for any space in the ship which is separated by doors becomes a pressure vessel. So in this, if wherever there might be some hull penetration, if you close off that door, then that hull penetration is then isolated to that area, which is why we've got bulkheads every time there's a new frame that goes in. So just looking at this here, you've got isolated sections here, and here, so you could take a puncture in the hull there, but if you close these two doors, then only this section will be in vacuum. Is basically how we've designed it. The outer skin is only about an inch thick, but we've got this half a meter cavity that goes all the way around, which forms essentially the exoskeleton around the ship, and then this is what we pack full of insulation material. And one of the lore things we've come up with for the insulation material is it's packed with like this foam stuff that if it gets punctured, it rapidly expands and hardens in vacuum. So any kind of small hole will self-fill based on the insulation material that gets ruptured behind it. Obviously that doesn't work if a torpedo tears a massive hole in the ship, but it works for small things like micrometeorites and that sort of thing. Yeah, all the corridors will have railings and things. Melm, yeah, so the planetary surfaces, there are various tools available for Unreal, but we will be generating probably a clip map terrain for the planetary surface, and we can generate that on a 1-to-1 scale. So we don't need to generate it in isolated sections. It'll just keep generating as you walk. And then we'll be using Unreal's procedural content tools to flesh that out with rocks, stones, rivers, and anything else. So it will have a basic height map driven by what you see from orbit. So the height map we use for generating the planet itself, that will drive the surface terrain. So things like islands and mountains will be in the same place. But the actual detail that goes on top of that will be handled procedurally by the procedural system. So when you're in orbit, you might see like a bay on a coastline, but when you actually land there, that's obviously going to have a lot more sticky out and jagged bits, because whilst the underlying height is driven by the main low resolution height map, all the detail gets procedurally overlaid on top of that. And then that's the joy of procedural generation. It just keeps generating as you go. The ships have projected shields. So we don't have a shield which kind of hugs the contour of the hull. It's more like a bubble that goes around it. And the way that the energy shields work in the game, we're treating them like non-Newtonian fluid. So if you've ever seen Stargate, the Goa'uld personal shields, like you could throw a knife through it, but you couldn't shoot through it, because the faster the object is moving, the harder the shield becomes. So you could fly a shuttle slowly through the shield, but you can't shoot through it. That's basically how they're going to work. Humans won't be using torpedoes, We might have some alien races that haven't figured out how slow and useless they are. Yeah, like the Dune shields as well. So they work on the principle of mass energy equivalence, a bit like everything else. Like the gravity system works on that, the FTL works on that. So I guess a lot of human tech in 2261, which is when the game's set, relies on this whole mass energy equivalence principle. So by driving enough energy into a system, you can create virtual mass. So what it does is it generates this high energy field around the ship, and because there's enough energy pumped into it, you get this virtual mass that's created. As soon as you remove the energy, the mass goes away. The actual math for that is insane. Like, you need, I can't remember what it was, like millions and millions of joules of energy to create like 1 kilogram of matter for a second. It's crazy. Or was it 1 gram of matter for a second? But you need like a ridiculous amount of energy to create a small amount of matter. But obviously, you know, we are sci-fi hand-waving the energy requirements for the sake of gameplay. The math and the concept of it is scientifically sound. I mean, it's all based on Einstein's E = mc squared. So the math is sound, the science is sound. The bit that's sci-fi is the energy requirements. So we're massively reducing the amount of energy needed to achieve those things. Yeah, exactly, Mel. It's where we intend to keep planetary surfaces fresh is we're going to be driving planets based on their climate model, their position in their system, what type of planet they are. So although they'll be procedurally generated, the rules governing that procedural generation is all going to be defined by the planetary data itself. So like one Earth-like world won't look the same as another because it might have slightly different temperature regions, it might have a different climate, that sort of thing. Although the universe is full of a lot of barren rocks, and as such the galaxy is going to be filled with a lot of barren rocks. It's unavoidable because that's nature, that's life. That's what the real galaxy's like. The act of visiting a planet is within the realms of the game engine. Basically, we will be generating the planet underneath the ship. So we'll be vertically stacking static environments. So the ship is a static environment, the shuttle's a static environment. If you go to an alien space station, that's also a static environment. And we'll basically have slots that are reserved underneath the ship, or even above the ship. But they'll be so far away vertically that you won't see them. So let's say a couple of 1,000 kilometers down, we will start generating a planetary terrain, and we will teleport the player from the ship to that terrain through seamless portals. So when you step into a shuttle, you'll be stepping through a portal. So like the game Portal, it should be as seamless as possible. And then when you exit the shuttle, you are exiting through a portal, which is actually teleporting the player down to a static environment. So it's all smoke and mirrors to manage the transition, but you are then walking around what is just a static Unreal Engine terrain, no different than any other static Unreal Engine terrain. It's just hidden from everyone else on the ship. So the ship itself could fly off and go to another planet entirely, leaving that one player wandering around on that planet, which is just, isolated for them. Massive asset pools, Chris GG. So we will have basically lists of visual styles. So, you can have things like organic, steampunk, industrial, retrofuturism. We will have all these different visual styles that can be used for alien species. And then within those visual styles, we will have massive asset pools, and then we'll be kit bashing their ships together based on those asset pools. So again, as much as we are procedurally generating the alien vessels that you will meet in the galaxy, they're rules based. So it's not just rolling the dice and seeing what garbage comes out. There's actually some rules behind it all, and preset visual consistency, so that all of their ships will have the same look and feel, even though they might not necessarily all be the same ship. So we can generate multiple different ship classes for a given species using the look and feel that has been randomly chosen for them. But again, that will also be driven further back by things like what type of race are they. Like an avian race will probably have a different set of visual styles available to it than a mammalian race or a reptilian race, or like an insectoid race. So an insectoid race will probably have much more kind of organic-y, insectoidy looking type ships. But we will start building up those visual style libraries in order to drive the procedural generation. And the same will be true for the aliens themselves. So we'll have a selection of base skeletons, and then we will have torsos, arms and legs and things that will be attached to those skeletons, again based on a visual style library. So for again, say a reptilian race, we will have hundreds of different limbs and body styles for a reptilian creature, and then we will cobble those together procedurally, and roll the dice on the RGB to pick a visual style for that species, which will be consistent for that species. If that makes sense. Well, Lex, now there was a weird fever dream. Good question, Delta. Don't know. Probably. Although ships won't arbitrarily blow up. We don't want to get... So basically, when it comes to combat within the game, we don't want to have a generic hull percentage which counts down to 0 and then the ship goes pop. Our ships are collections of subsystems. So what you'll end up with, rather than just a generic explosion, that ship essentially becomes a dead husk in space. A bit like the sinking of a naval vessel. When you destroy a naval vessel, it doesn't just arbitrarily explode, unless it's carrying ordnance, of course, but generally speaking, you put a hole in it and it sinks. So the same will be true for vessels in the game. You will damage subsystems, and you'll just keep breaking and destroying subsystems until essentially that is just a bare hunk of metal with no power, floating in space. Yeah, War Thunder in space, exactly that. And it's actually War Thunder actually inspired how we're doing that, because like with this ship here, you can see that we're going to have obviously power and utility cables running through there. We're going to have power and utility running through here. So if you take an impact in this location, then we will first of all take the hull plating as the initial reduction in damage. This is, of course, assuming the ship is unshielded. So the more healthy the hull plating is, the less damage the ship will take overall. And we will then draw a sphere of influence around the impact point, and anything within that sphere of influence will take damage. So you could have like a major power coupling running through here, or it could just be a lighting circuit. So depending on where you get hit, it is how much damage your ship realistically takes. Because if someone's pounding the ship around here where the crew quarters are, then there's no critical infrastructure in this point. So as much as the lights won't work anymore, the doors won't open, all the panels will be smashed on the inside, it doesn't affect how the ship is flying or shooting back at its opponent. Whereas if you take damage at the back here, where all the juicy stuff is, then that damage is obviously a lot more effective because you're starting to take out core systems on the ship. And because everything is physically modelled within the vessel, and the same will be true for the procedural alien ships too, we will distribute power points and infrastructure within the hull shape. Again, where you hit it matters, and that makes a difference between a lighting circuit or a power cable driving an RCS thruster. Yeah, salvaging is definitely something we want to sort out. The interiors of procedural alien stations and the larger procedural alien ships will have to be procedurally generated. So whereas for the handcrafted stuff like we're building here, we have obviously handcrafted interiors that are thought about and pained over. And all the minute details are really kind of laboured over and gotten right. When we're defining a kit-bashed alien station or ship, then we can't do the same job on the inside of kind of meticulously lining things up and lining the rooms up with the windows and that sort of thing. So we will have a procedurally generated interior that won't necessarily perfectly match the exterior model. But that's just kind of a limitation of what we're doing here. You can't generate tens of thousands of alien races worth of stuff, without cutting some corners somewhere. But then the idea would be, you would disable the alien vessel, you would then board it via its shuttle bay, and then once you exit your shuttle in the shuttle bay, you are then in a procedurally generated interior environment which you can then explore at your leisure. And then when you take off back in your shuttle, when you exit and you look out the window, you'll be seeing a proxy, which is just the external hull of that ship. Yes, wall panels will come off, lights will flicker, and there will definitely be sparks and shards of glass. We've already demonstrated that, actually. So we had a test build probably about 1.5 years ago, where you could run around with a gun shooting out all the lights and things, and it all sort of smash and fire sparks everywhere, and then the NPC crew would come and fix them and turn them back on again. So we've already tested and proven that technology. Yes, the NPCs will talk. There will be audible feedback. Yes, Mike. We want the NPC crew to basically be Sims in space. You won't have direct control over them like you do with the Sims. So I guess something like RimWorld or Dwarf Fortress. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is definitely the inspiration for how the NPCs will work. So they'll have their own schedules. They'll go to their crew quarters to sleep. They'll get up and do their day jobs. They'll have 3 shift rotations. So, well, not on this ship. On this particular ship, there'll just be the single rotation because there's only 14 crew. But on the Magellan, there'll be 3 shift rotations, and they'll just take themselves to their place of work and do their job. And and the way everything ties together So obviously we've got medical gameplay and we've got like a medical facility. If an NPC is sick or injured, then obviously they'll perform less well in their job role. So that's how all these things eventually tie together. If an NPC is walking around the ship and everything's all smashed and broken, then that's going to affect their mental state, because they're not walking around a nice environment anymore, again, which is going to reduce their effectiveness as a crew member. So keeping the ship up and running and keeping the crew healthy will be how you most efficiently man your vessel. That's the point, Magteus, yes. So the whole reason we started this project in the first place, like literally the whole reason we did it, is because I wanted to build starships as though they were real vessels, which is why we start off in CAD like this, and we work out how big the crew quarters need to be, how many there need to be. We work out where the engineering spaces need to go, and we then start wrapping a hull around all of those interior spaces. And then we won't start detailing this and actually giving it its final hull shape until we've finalized the interior layout, making sure we've got enough rooms and that the right rooms are there and that we've got the right facilities for the crew, like simple things like the ability to wash clothing. We want to make sure that if this were a real vessel, it could function in reality. And once we've achieved that, then we wrap a hull around it and call it done. The medical gameplay will probably be a bit more like the Passengers movie, in that a lot of it will be automated when it comes to the actual surgery side of things. We don't want to recreate Surgeon Simulator or anything like that. So it will be a case of an NPC or player comes in, you do the diagnostic side of things, so you wave some tools at them, get some idea of what's wrong with them, and then based on what you think is wrong with them, you would then select a treatment for that problem. It might be injecting them with some cure, or they might require surgery, and if they require surgery, it will be a case of placing them in the surgery machine and then selecting the right procedure from the list of available procedures. So you won't be physically doing surgery on NPCs. The magic repair box will do that for you. But where we want to try and keep that as engaging as possible is, we want to make sure that the diagnosis side of things, has some engaging gameplay involved, and that there is consequence for misdiagnosing something and consequence for applying the wrong procedure for whatever the ailment might be. Speak to Claire, Brian. We are recruiting at the moment, so we are looking for, and we're looking for an Unreal generalist. So basically, we want another me, so someone that's worked with Unreal, for a good 5+ years, knows their way around the engine, knows all its various foibles, and can just do general code work to help me get stuff done twice as quickly. We're looking for a technical artist, specifically someone who is great with volumetrics. Our galaxy is going to be filled with volumetric stuff, so we want a volumetric specialist. We want someone to completely overhaul our character system, so we need not so much a character artist, although we will need one at some point, but more a character specialist, so someone who can work with metahumans, work with motion matching, and build a character system that works with a variable gravity direction. So yeah, there's a few people we need specifically to achieve specific things within the game. Good question, Vilcata. So we want the game to be survival light. So we don't want it to be a survival game in the sense that that's the main challenge, but we do want it to matter. So we'll probably have it so that your character has to eat and drink at least once every in-game day, which gives you a reason to go to the mess hall. It gives you a reason to have cooking gameplay. It's just a reason to have those things, like going to use the bathroom. You know, it gives a reason for those things to exist on the ship. There's no reason to create, or rather there's no point in creating a ship that has all these facilities and realistic layout if we're not going to use them for something. But at the same time, we don't want that to become tedious. So once per in-game day to eat something, drink something, go to the toilet, you know, that sort of thing. The NPCs will do it more often. They'll be a little bit more needy in that regard, but you won't have to tell them to. So like in The Sims, like your character will just stand there and wet themselves because they need micromanaging. So the NPCs in our game will be quite capable of looking after themselves. If they need to go to the toilet, they'll go to the toilet. They won't just stand there and pee themselves. If they need food, they'll go and eat something. So it's about creating the flavor of living and working in space. You know, we want it to feel like you're genuinely living and working in space, that it's a living ship with a living crew. So, you know, there will be just, you know, general human life stuff involved. But it's difficult to fully sort of quantify what the balance is there between, you know, how much you're just doing chores and how much you're, you know, blowing stuff up. Ultimately, this is an exploration game. I mean, first and foremost, it's always going to be a space exploration game, not a shoot 'em up. So exploration gameplay trumps shooting stuff in every case. But we want the core of the gameplay to be exploring the next star system. So you arrive in a star system, and what you find within that star system is what then drives the onward gameplay. So, you know, you might find something of scientific interest, you might find some dangerous alien race. You know, arriving in a new star system should feel, you know, a little bit exciting because you don't know what you're going to find there. You don't know whether it's going to be dangerous. You don't know whether you've just like met the galaxy's most hostile alien species. You know, that's that unknown and the excitement of the unknown aspect of discovery. What happens from there is really what defines how much excitement there is in the gameplay. And it also depends on what your chosen role is. Some roles are going to be pretty samey. So if you're playing as, say, the chef, then, you know, pretty much you're just going to be cooking food. Whereas if you're playing as a tactical officer, then some systems are going to be more relevant to you than others. So yeah, it's hard to quantify in a single reply because it's really based on so many different factors. But that's why we're simulating everything, because by having a fully simulated ship, by having a fully simulated galaxy, we don't need to predefine any scenarios. Those scenarios kind of play out organically because it's just the simulation doing its thing. Like, you know, if there's an explosion on the ship somewhere, the simulation takes care of the effect of that explosion. We don't need to pre-program the effects of that explosion because that piece of hardware being broken naturally will have a knock-on effect. So, you know, we could have a nebula or something which has some negative effect on the ship, and then systems start failing because you're in the nebula. You know, there's like an endless supply of ideas for how we can interact with that simulation to derive gameplay. Sorry, that was a really long answer. Yeah, we'll support mods as much as we can. I mean, you could already create custom star systems because we've got an SQLite database where you can do that. But yeah, when it comes to implementing whole new starships, that's a whole different kettle of fish because of the complexity involved. Yeah, we have pretty much double the usual number of concurrent viewers on the stream, so yeah, that's why it's a bit hectic today. Yes, Dowtrat, you'll be able to change roles whenever you want to. So I was just to expand on that, because I was having this conversation with Claire earlier. So the idea behind the roles on the ship is that each department will have essentially an experience level. So you as the player, and we want you to be able to create multiple profiles. So if you want to play, if you have a character that you're playing, which is an engineer, and you want to focus that character on engineering, then you can join any multiplayer game with that specific character that you're working on. If you have a science character, you can do the same with them. Or you can just fully experience one character across every single department. So we don't want to put any limitations on, like, if you choose to play as an engineer, you're now stuck as an engineer. If you want to switch roles halfway through a game, then you're free to do so. Obviously, that's going to depend on the server host and whatever, what they might be enforcing for their game. But fundamentally, your character profile that you join a game as will have an experience bar for every single potential role aboard the ship. So, engineering, science, medical, command, etc., etc., etc. And this is just a passive thing. So we don't want to make that in any way grindy. We're desperately trying to avoid having that be grindy. So the idea is just by naturally performing your role aboard the ship, you are naturally just gaining experience in that role, and there will be little bonuses that you get for being more experienced in your role. So using the engineer as an example, if you're repairing a broken cable or something, the speed in which you complete that repair will be faster for someone who is fully experienced versus someone who isn't at all. So even though you might be starting with 0 experience in a given role, you're still fully capable of performing that role, just not quite as quickly as someone who is fully experienced. So we want it to sort of mirror how it would work in the real world. Experienced engineers in the real world can generally get stuff done quicker and with less fuss. So we'll have it work that way in the game, and that will extend to the NPC crew as well. So NPC crew members, which may have been with you for several missions, will have naturally developed a higher skill level in certain roles, and they become more valuable over time. So you become more invested in them, both emotionally and practically, because they are a more useful crew member. So if you lose that particular crew member through misadventure, then that's more impactful for you as the player because you've just lost one of your skilled NPCs. So when you eventually return home to Earth to repair and refit and kind of replenish your lost crew, the new crew members you take on board will be starting from scratch. They won't have had that real world experience that your lost crew member had. So that's basically how we're going to do that. Obviously that's a fair ways off yet, but that's the general plan. Yeah, so in the eventual kind of finished implementation of this, you will have a selection of characters that you have created. You can create 1, you can create 50. We won't put any limits on that. So that character profile will have a name and a backstory if you choose to give them one, and basically an experience level in every single department. You'll start with 0 experience across the board when you start a fresh profile. By simply playing the game in that role, you'll be completing tasks that are relevant to that role. And for all those tasks that you complete successfully, you'll get a little bit more experience in that role. So again, if you wanted to create a profile as an engineer, then you can focus on engineering, or you could create a good at everything character if you wanted to. Again, we don't want to put any limits on that. We don't want to force people to make an engineering character and then have that character not be anything else. It's an event-driven process, Nathan. So we have basically data packets. So like in the electrical system, we have electrical packets which have things like, voltage, resistance, etc., etc., etc. And we do the same thing with the fluid system. So we have like the volume of the fluid, the temperature of the fluid, the pressure of the fluid, and then that data packet is passed on from pipe to pipe and through pumps and things. So it could be fairly low pressure along the pipe, it hits a pump, and then the pump will apply additional water pressure to that fluid, and then as that data packet then traverses down the pipe, it is now reporting a higher level of pressure because it's been through a pump that gave it that. So it'll be the same for the data system when we eventually do that as well, and anything else that we decide to pipe around the ship. It's all basically data packets that get passed around. No, I know of Space Station 13, but I've never actually played it. Yeah, we will have an academy on Earth, and we want to make that part of the procedural, part of the tutorial system. So I really like the idea that if you choose to play through the tutorials, then the tutorials are essentially a campaign in their own right. So you start off as a new recruit, and you learn all the things you need to learn for the game through the tutorial missions. And then the tutorial, culminates with, getting on a shuttle, going up to a real starship, and then performing that tutorial role aboard that starship for the first time. So we will turn the tutorial system into like a mini campaign, which I think would be really cool. Chris GG, yes. The Caravella is basically the same as the Magellan, only way, way smaller. Dave, yes. So things like the Voyager probe and whatever else, like the ISS, assuming that we don't decommission the ISS anytime soon, it would be nice to have it preserved in orbit as like a museum. So anything that we are legally allowed to include in the game, it would be good to include as as a point of interest. Your character will be separate from NPCs, Arthur, so you wouldn't be able to do that. I am Chu, no. So the way we're handling player death within the game is kind of cruel to the NPCs, actually. So we're treating the NPCs as an expendable resource. So if you as the player die, then we will remove one NPC and then you will take their place. So you'll respawn in sick bay, you'll be better, but you're one NPC down. So that ship has still lost a crew member, it just wasn't you. So essentially the player has as many lives as there are NPCs on the ship. But no, you won't lose experience. Again, we don't want it to be we don't want it to be like a hardcore experience, although I do love hardcore modes in games, and we will probably have one at some point. But at the same time, you know, we want it to be meaningful in some way. We don't want it to be too casual, but we also don't want it to be too hardcore. So it's difficult to find that balance in the middle. But I think losing an NPC every time you die is probably the fairest way of doing it. Yeah, the NPCs are red shirts, exactly. Yeah, we'll look at things like emblems and such. Again, building up a catalogue of emblems that you can select within the game engine itself is easy. Making custom ones for multiplayer is less easy because we have to manage the replication of, say, an image file or something. Yeah, well, we're basically approaching contractors, Mel. So, like, you know, like for the character system, you know, we will contract someone to specifically build to spec what it is we need. Because, you know, although the Kickstarter sounds like a lot of money, once you start paying people a yearly wage, it disappears overnight. So, you know, we can't afford to give someone like a secure career. Like, it wouldn't be fair to take someone on, you know, and give them a career and they've changed jobs and they've got a mortgage and a family to pay for, and then say, okay, the Kickstarter money's used up, you don't have a job anymore. You know, we don't want to put someone in that position. So, you know, we have to go with contractors who build what we need to spec based on our, you know, our objectives and our mission brief. Yes, Two Shrubs. There will be various different ships that will allow you to essentially perform the type of gameplay you want. Like this particular ship that we're building here, the lore behind it is actually from a private corporation. So while the Magellan class is run by the UN, so it's very much an official The Man type ship, this one's very much not. It's run by a corporation. It's a private vessel. So you could, you know, or run it and choose to present yourself to the galaxy in a very different way. Yeah, it's a good question, actually, Max. So yeah, the captain and the XO will both essentially have the command experience level, and it's difficult to make meaningful bonuses for that. I mean, we'll find something, you know, that works for that. But yeah, so like every time you issue a command to someone, then you'll get a bit of XP for, you know, having done something in a command role. So, you know, when we say it's passive experience, that's what we mean. So literally every time you do something as the captain or the XO, you'll get some experience for doing it. So you don't need to grind it up specifically. There's nothing you can really do to grind it up, because the only way of grinding it up is by just doing your job. And then we'll find ways of adding little bonuses to that, you know, as it goes on. Like, so yeah, something like command is more difficult for sure, or like helm. Like how do you apply bonuses to the helm that isn't just, being better at flying the ship. So, we need to find meaningful bonuses that we can apply based on that experience. And obviously we also need to do that role by role. Some roles are easier than others. Like tactical, you can shoot straighter. It's nice and simple. Cooking, you make better food. Simple. Engineering, you fix stuff more quickly. Some roles are easier than others, but helm and command, those are difficult. And not just for applying bonuses and things for better experience, but also for making sure those roles always have enough to do. And that's probably the biggest challenge we face with this game, is making sure that in whatever's happening or whatever the ship's doing, every crew member has something they can do. Like, if you're just patrolling a system, scanning planets, like, what's the tactical guy doing? He's literally just sat there twiddling his thumbs because there's nothing to shoot at. So, we'll probably send them down to the security office and get them to visit the shooting range or something, or just patrol the ship a little bit. So we just need to make sure that there's always stuff for people to do which is meaningful. Wow, it is hard to keep up with chat. Good question, Lone Wolf even. I think they, most of them will just kind of stand, in their own right. I would think that, well, given that this ship is owned by a private corporation, built to go out there and specifically exploit alien resources, it's perhaps more like Prometheus, I guess. You can imagine someone like Wayland Yutani sending out a vessel like this to go and explore alien technology. But yeah, we'll have trading vessels. Will probably be leaning towards Firefly, and our military vessels will probably more be like Star Destroyers from Star Wars or something like that. It's obviously we'll take inspiration naturally where it occurs. That's a good idea, Randy. Yeah, you could have an aura of effectiveness, so that if a commander is standing nearby, people get on with their job more quickly. The aura of command. We have a fairly strict line in the sand, Melm, for going to early access. So for us, right now we're in pre-alpha. We're not happy to call it a full alpha until we at least have the full vertical slice complete. So every crew role is implemented, every crew role has a task sheet with something to do, and basically every planned game system is implemented in some way. Even if it's the very, very basics, it all needs to be there in some way. Once we get to that point, then we will declare that we are in alpha properly, and then we will go to early access. And at the rate we're going at the moment, that's not going to be till 2026, I would have thought. But yeah, we don't want to go to early access and declare it as an alpha until we at least have that full vertical slice in place. At that point, yes, we will then open up some ships for sale and that sort of thing. Contact Claire on Discord, Nathan. That's the best way to apply. Oh yeah, she's already replied. She's on the ball. Yeah, we always ask people to make sure they have a portfolio that we can look at. Yeah, as Claire points out, that yeah, if I'm missing questions, then just re-tag us or get Claire to shout at me. Vilcata, yes. So the stairs at the back here lead into the engines. In fact, if I turn the hull on, there will be stairs up into the engine pods where you'll be able to perform repairs and maintenance inside the engines. And you get to those stairs from this corridor here. So if I turn on deck 1, you can see that that's where you would go up from the engineering stairwell. And again, this is an engineering only stairwell that only engineering have access to. I will get back to this in a minute, I'm sure. Each department will have a department head. So like engineering will have a chief engineer, medical will have the chief medical officer, and those particular roles will have one additional ability, which is the ability to assign tasks. So each department aboard the ship will have a task list, and that will be a visible jobs board in wherever their office is. So like medical office will have, you know, a board with tasks on it. The chief engineer will have a board with tasks on it, and the NPC crew will just pick tasks from the top of the list and get on with them. If you are the chief engineer, however, you will be able to assign tasks specifically to specific players or engineers, and then they will just go and do them. But you'll also be able to see, obviously, which tasks are currently being done and by whom. And it's also worth pointing out that those tasks won't be arbitrary either. So another thing we didn't want for the gameplay aboard the ship to just be a meaningless list of tasks. We want those tasks to be genuine tasks in support of the current mission. So, like, you know, using engineering because it's the easiest example, there will be wear and tear to pipes, cables, machinery over time. So as things start to wear out, it will automatically generate tasks to go and fix those things or perform maintenance on those things. If something goes pop and breaks, then obviously a priority task could be created to go and replace that as soon as possible. So the tasks that you're being given aboard the ship aren't just made up on the spot for the sake of it. They are actually tasks which are genuinely needed aboard the ship to keep the ship running. And if you do not do those tasks, then, you know, that cable that you ignored and failed to perform maintenance on will eventually just break, and now whatever is powered by that cable is no longer working. So that, you know, there is consequence for not doing those tasks. You know, we want a decent selection of busy work to be getting on with, without it, you know, becoming like a day job. So, you know, we want people to have plenty of time to explore the ship and to look out the window, you know, without just constantly having to do tasks. But again, that's where playtesting and you know, everything will fix all the balancing issues there. Arthur, yes, there will be small military craft, probably based more on the Star Furies from Babylon 5. Probably a little bit more human airplane looking than that, but basically using Star Furies as inspiration for you know, how a space-based fighter craft would be. it wouldn't be a plane flying around like a World War II dogfighter. It would be like a Star Fury from Babylon 5. Every time I scroll, there's like 100 more questions. Sorry, Sean. I just realised that Sean Tom dropped us 50. Is that Australian dollars? Yeah, thank you so much. That's really appreciated. And I will shower Claire with chocolate. Yeah, at some point it might be nice to do a time lapse, although I generally just live stream my builds. I'm sure someone could take a copy of the live stream and turn it into a time lapse. Yes, it will be possible to run out of food. Like on this ship, for example, this room here will be the hydroponics, and again, we want it to be survival light, so there will be survival mechanics, but we don't want them to be like the main focus of gameplay. We don't want the survival mechanics to necessarily get in the way of exploring the galaxy and being an explorer, but we also want there to be some consequence of running out of food. So again, like once per day, it will be expected for your character to eat and drink. Which means once per day you'll have to go to the mess hall and eat and drink something. It's all part of living on a ship. And the same will be true for the NPC crew. And if your hydroponics is broken, like all the planters are broken and not growing plants anymore, then the organic 3D printers will no longer have a fuel source. So the plants that you grow here are turned into pellets, which gets used by the 3D printers, and basically you have no food left. At that point, your NPCs will start to perish, as will you as the player, and your mission is essentially over because everyone's dead. So yes, food will be a resource that will need to be managed, but as long as all of the hydroponics machines are kept well repaired, then you shouldn't have a problem. It's only really going to be an issue if all this stuff breaks down and doesn't get fixed. And yeah, refueling will be done by skimming gas giants. Again, the fuel tanks will be up under here. Fuel tanks, there's one. And there will be a fuel scoop underneath here, and at the front on the Magellan, on the front of the keel fin. And the idea is that you're going to skim the upper cloud layers of gas giants. So that's one of the bits of gameplay I'm really looking forward to. I want to have the ship literally ploughing through the upper cloud layer of a gas giant, all rendered volumetrically, scooping up gases to refuel the ship. Should be all kinds of epic if we can pull that off. Yep, career mode is probably going to be something we do for the DLCs. Like DLC 3, for example, is going to be all about owning and running your own space shipping company. So that's very much a personal career mode. Historically, I've always exported these meshes as OBJ files, but the latest version of SketchUp supports FBX, so I'll just export the FBXs straight into Unreal. Again, Unreal does all the hard work in terms of face weighting the normals and applying UV maps and that sort of thing. This is literally just geometry that we're exporting, nothing more. We will have stem bolts. Whether they're self-sealing or not is up for debate. Amirala, so the way I work this is like this ship is only about 20 hours in. So I worked it out. So we've done 5 streams so far. Each stream is 4 hours, so 20 hours is taken to get to this point. And all of the work so far has been about getting the scale right, getting the rooms right, and then working out the layout and how you get to the bridge and where's the captain going to be sleeping. It's about building and designing a workable ship interior that is actually functional and practical and makes sense. At the same time, we need to build the engineering systems and make sure that all of the ship's hardware is appropriately scaled, has all the appropriate support structure, and there's enough of it in order to be able to make the ship fly. Once we've done all of that work, and I suppose this is a good example here. So the ship will be broken up into chunks, and you'll notice that if I do that, you can see that we have discrete chunks that are all the same size. We are mirroring the way that ships are built in the real world. So ships in the real world are built using what's known as blocks, and those blocks are literal chunks of ship that are built and prefabricated. Those are then welded together to form mega blocks, which are much bigger, multi-chunk bits of ship. And then they are then welded together again to form, the actual ship itself. So we're using modern naval construction as our inspiration for how these ships are being built. So they're split up into blocks, and then when it comes to exporting to Unreal Engine, like given this deck here, for example, so this section here, if I copy that out, so that would be one of the blocks that gets exported. So this would be converted to essentially steel framework. So we'd have all the framework sections all kind of measured and all the cavities sorted out where all the pipes and cables are running. And then that is what we'd export into Unreal in its entirety, which is basically just bare steel work. Within the interior walls and within like the corridors, we would have all the bolts and brackets and things, well, the brackets and bracing for the wall panels. The wall panels are built and exported separately, and then they get bolted into place within Unreal. So again, all we're exporting to Unreal is just the bare geometry with texture groups applied. So if we wanted different textures here to the middle there, this would be 2 separate texture groups. And then we do all the material work in Unreal, all the UV unwrapping in Unreal, all of the normals and face weighting happens in Unreal. So again, it's literally just the base bare geometry that we're exporting in pieces like this. And then we reconstruct it within Unreal to form a full vessel. So it's a fairly slick process, really. It doesn't take too long to do. The Caravella will indeed have shuttles. There are 2 of them in the back. Well, thank you, Firstus. Dan's inebriation fund. I like that. I'm drinking Fanta at the moment, but yeah. I've run out of Jack Daniel's Tennessee Honey, so I need to buy some more. That's how we get through recording videos. It's very stressful. Melm, the fusion tech, yeah. So we've looked at modern fusion reactors, and we've kind of gone a bit futuristic with it because we're fusing deuterium and helium-3, which is complex. At its root, it is aneutronic, which means it does not produce harmful neutron radiation. But depending on how hot you make the fusion reaction, deuterium can fuse with itself and produce neutrons. So we're gamifying it and hand waving it in the sense that the fusion reactors we have are purely aneutronic, but the way they work is real science. So the pressure that the fusion reaction exerts on the magnetic field is in itself what generates the electricity. So it's that magnetic field pressure and fluctuation which is creating current, which is real science. That is actually a real thing, and there are like proposed fusion reactors based on that very notion. So we don't need steam, and we don't need turbines, we don't need all that messy stuff to generate electricity. We literally just fuse deuterium and helium-3 and we harvest that electricity from the magnetic field itself. And that's all real science, that's all real stuff. It's, you know, if you knew how, you could build that. Yes, Foxton, there will be many toilets. Dude McMahon, it is entirely up to you. So it is kind of ship specific. So on the Magellan, you are part of the UN space fleet. So you are serving, with the UN. In this particular vessel, you are part of a private corporation and can do whatever you want. The ship will have an AI, but it won't be controllable by players. There's always been a team, so as much as I'm the only one building it right now, I couldn't be building it if it weren't for the team we have around us. So we've got Claire that does literally everything else that I'm not doing. We've got our moderators on Discord, we've got our composer, we've got our sound guy. There's a whole orbiting of people around what I'm doing. So I couldn't ever genuinely say I'm a solo dev, because you can't be a solo dev when you've got all these people around you doing other stuff that are part of the game development process. When it comes to teleporters / transporters, the reason we're not including them on human ships is because the science behind them is way out there. The FTL drive and the ability to travel faster than light is based on real science. It's based on actual math that actually works. Yeah, again, it's based on Einstein and mass energy equivalence. There's sound, provable science behind it. We might not be able to build one because of the energy requirements, but the science is valid. When it comes to teleportation, there is no science behind that. There is no science paper that hints at it being plausible. There's nothing that we can even slightly point to and say, look, this science suggests this might be possible. Even like quantum tunneling is kind of way out there. So yeah, it's as a science-based game, we've purposefully steered away from teleportation. That said, wormholes can be a thing. So teleportation could be achieved via a wormhole. And who's to say some alien races might not have a very efficient, compact way of doing that. But straight up dematerializing someone and rematerializing them somewhere else is way beyond plausible science. Yes, the game does run on Proton under Linux. We have a whole bunch of people doing so. One day we'll probably do a shipyard DLC where we include ways of building your own ships. But right now, the way we build and implement ships in the game is not compatible with just being able to build one, because we're literally routing cables and plumbing, manually. So we would have to build a modular shipbuilding system, probably not unlike Starfield, where you start off with like a base chassis and then you start bolting on modules to that chassis with set connection points for all the utilities. Otherwise, how does the electricity get to where it's going? Good grief, people, there's a lot of questions. Just to touch on the whole being able to control anything on the ship question, eventually we'll have terminal access on the UIs. So whereas the general users of the ship consoles are just like scientists. Like the guy sat at the sensors console is just a science guy using the sensors. Whereas an engineer could sit in that same console, bring up an actual console window, too many uses of the word console, but like a literal console text-based window, and then issue commands and connect to devices via that terminal window, which will be one of the engineering abilities. So you could telnet down to a device somewhere in the ship and then turn that device off or reboot it remotely by literally using a terminal window on one of the ship's UIs. That's kind of like the final form of the UI. We really want it to be an actual operating system aboard the ship, in the practical sense, not the real sense. Yeah, you're right, CSI. I keep having to turn away the FBI. They want all these schematics of mine. I keep saying no. When you're out there exploring the galaxy, there will be sort of random messages from Earth asking you to go look at a grid reference. And I've mentioned this before a couple of times, but so let's say that you decide, I know, I'm going to go and explore Sag A. So you can set off across the galaxy on your 4-day journey. Now, what we'll have is that the Admiralty or whatever's controlling the ship on Earth will message through to the ship and say, right, we've detected something like adjacent to where you are with our observation platform on Earth. We're picking up some strange signal from this system. Can you go and check it out because you're in the area? So it's always going to give you something to look at that's kind of relative to where you are. So it's not going to say, hey, can you go and look at this thing completely in the opposite direction to where you're going? It'll always be, while you're there, go and have a look at this, please. So it's always giving some reason to go and do something. So as much as you are, of course, free to just go and explore, wherever you want, every now and then you will get, a request from Earth to go and look at something specific. Just as a bit of extra gameplay, really, just a bit of extra flavor. But we can also use that as a tool as well. So, if without wanting to sort of artificially game the metrics too much, we could potentially track how long has it been, or how many systems has the player scanned since they last discovered something of interest, and then use the mechanic of Earth saying, hey, go and look over there, to just kind of help the player along a bit. So, we don't want players to miss things in the galaxy that could be really interesting. If you're half a dozen light years from a wormhole and you completely fly past it and miss it, it would be nice if Earth says, hey, we found something weird over there, you should go and check it out. We don't want to handhold the player too much, but there might be times where that could be a useful mechanic just to kind of help people out a little bit. But again, that's quite far off, so we'll think more on that as we get there. Yeah, when it comes to language models, because it is worth having that conversation, we do have a line in the sand between when we deem them to be ready to be used within the game. So our line in the sand is they must be a model that can run offline within the game client. So we don't want any model that requires you accessing some online resource. So it must run in the game client, which means it must be a small model and able to run on the GPU without tanking game performance. Because if we have LLM-driven NPC dialogue, for example, then the more dialogue that's being generated, the more and more it's going to hit the GPU. So it has to be a really, really lightweight model. We also need to be able to train that model on our own data. So, we don't want the model to be referencing things outside of the game world. So we need to train that model purely on the game's lore so that it can only ever talk about things within the game. And those are pretty much the main 3 big things. So it has to run locally, it has to be a really, really tiny model, and it has to be trained on our own data so that it can't suddenly talk about the World Series or, what's happening in China or something. We don't want any leaks like that. So it has to be game relevant. If we can tick those 3 boxes, then yes, we will implement LLM driven NPCs, because I see no reason not to at that point. I think that addresses all of the main concerns people have with LLMs, and it can only benefit interacting with NPCs, because rather than having to pre-script clunky dialogue that we're piecing together procedurally, we can actually have realistic flowing dialogue where you can actually have a proper conversation with them about what they can see out the window. Because again, we can drive that into the system where we pre-populate the context window with where you are in the galaxy, how fast you're going, what can you currently see out the window, so that they're armed with that information. So you can say, oh, look at that cool planet over there, and they'll go, oh yeah, I love the ocean or something. But yeah, we're not just going to implement ChatGPT and be done with it, because we want something local. Yeah, if we ever did implement an LLM, then of course you'd be able to turn it off. We wouldn't force it on players. That's not actually true, Madman with a Box. If you have a local model that's running on your computer, then it's using no more resources than your GPU's using just to run the game. Which is why we want it to be a local model, of course. Yeah, so the FTL ring, basically, it compresses space in front of the ship and expands it behind. And it does that by way of, again, mass energy equivalence. So if you force enough energy into the system, then it creates enough mass that mass will then condense or compress space-time. And it's all about just how much mass can you generate via energy. So, basically it takes the fusion reactor running full tilt in order to generate enough energy that we dump into the FTL coils, which then compress space ahead of the ship. And we're using, within the game's lore, clever field geometry to expand space behind the ship without needing negative matter, which is what a paper by Dr. Eric Lentz postulates. Using sort of clever field layout, you can generate a positive effect without using negative matter. I don't understand it. It's math beyond me, but that's what the paper discusses. So within the bounds of our field coils, which are just basically a ring, that magic is happening. So it's magic space bubbles. Aliens might have antimatter reactors, but humans won't, because that's crazy dangerous. But yeah, so the default speed of the Magellan is 300 light years per hour. We'll probably make this ship a little bit quicker, because it's smaller. It's, you know, its name means caravel, and caravels were, you know, really nimble, quick ships back in the 1700s. So, you know, it's a fast scout ship, so it'll probably outrun the Magellan. But we're limited to how fast we can go because, you know, as the ship's flying through the galaxy, we're having to constantly regenerate data as it's doing so. So the faster that's happening, the more it makes the game lag. So there is an upper limit on how fast ships can go. But when the reactor's on 107%, it's traveling like 600 light years per hour, and we've managed to achieve that without breaking anything. So that's good. We do have a wiki already. AJ and others are working on that, and I'm sure Claire will put a link to it in the chat. I would say anything within the field will move just as fast as the ship. So let's say an alien vessel parks itself right there between the engines, but within the ring. You could drag them across the galaxy as long as they didn't go beyond the field, because they'll just be within the bubble of space that you're in. The departments aboard the ship are... Now I have to try and remember this now because I always miss one out. So command, which is the captain and the XO, deck crew, which is the helm, and basically shuttle bay operations and moving around cargo. Science, obviously, science activities. Medical for fixing people. Engineering for fixing the ship. Tactical for protecting the ship. And there is one more. And oh, I can't remember the name of it now. It's a name that I don't use very often. Basically, the department that the chef and the general maintenance people are in. So, oh, why can't I remember that? I'm sure someone will remind me. But yeah, stewards. Thank you. Yes, the stewards department. I always forget that word. Yeah, so those are the base departments on the ship, and the stewards department is basically serving behind the bar, like doing laundry, cooking, and just generally doing you know, the housework side of things. Obviously, these are all based off of real-world naval vessels. So you know, we look at the merchant navy and we look at military naval vessels, so we've defined our ship structure, you know, based on that. I really need to check out Space Station 13. People always mention it in relation to this game, and I still haven't actually tried it. Sure, yeah, I'll have a look. I think we've actually reached the end of the questions, so I shall attempt to get on with a bit more of the building work. You should have seen it after Kickstarter. On our first stream after Kickstarter, it was crazy. I mean, there were like tens of questions per second. It was absolutely insane. Yeah, I think when it comes to corporate vessels, we will definitely have a similar rank system, although probably more in line with the merchant navy. So there will still be a captain on the private vessel. A link to the music provider is actually in the YouTube description. It is a streamer called Lofi Geek, I think it is. Yes, Lofi Geek. We've been using their music for quite a while. They do royalty-free lo-fi, which is really, really nice. Yes, G, you can. So we've tried to keep it as fair as possible when it comes to backing the game. So, like, let's say you backed as captain on Kickstarter, and that was a year ago. But now you want to update to Commodore or something, or you want to get a lifetime content pass. We'll take the amount you backed already, and then obviously deduct that from the new role, so rank. So you only need to pay the difference essentially. We have people that are backing us over time, and if they let us know, because we can't track it, we've got people paying across different platforms, so we have no way of autonomously checking and tracking how much a particular person has backed over time. But if you have and you contact us, then we will obviously upgrade your rank based on the total amount you've paid over time. So we'll have people that may have breached the Commodore rank just by paying monthly, and at which point we will give them the Commodore rank, because it's about the total amount over time, not specifically purchasing a given rank. That's the fairest way we can do it. We have a funny story on that, actually, with the music within the game. When we first had our composer set all that up, he actually set it by accident as copyrighted on YouTube, and we actually got a copyright strike for using our own music, which was quite funny. But yeah, we've since fixed that, so none of the music in the game will result in a copyright strike. It is free to be streamed without any issues, and we will keep it that way. I use SketchUp for most stuff, Jacob. I was talking about it earlier in the stream. Basically, I do the baseline geometry in SketchUp, and it does things like subdivision. So if we need anything nice and organic, then I'll just use subdivision for that. And yeah, it just exports the base geometry into Unreal, and then I use Unreal for the texturing, for the UV maps, for the surface normals. So all of the game specific stuff I do in Unreal itself. The only thing we're exporting from SketchUp is literally the base geometry and the texture groups. That's it. SketchUp's actually a very capable modeling tool. And you know, the question that always crops up is, why don't you use Blender? It's great and it's free. And the answer really is simple. It's because I just haven't had time to learn Blender. Blender is just it's just like a wave of keyboard shortcuts that you need to remember, and I just haven't got the time to learn it. I can get stuff done quickly and efficiently in SketchUp, so I've yet to encounter something it can't do, so I just continue to use it. Yeah, so the only thing with SketchUp is that, obviously, as you can see, I've got a lot of plugins, but, you know, if I was to do that, and then that, and then that, and then that, screw it up a minute. Right. So I've just made, you know, a subdivided egg out of that cuboid. Which, you know, basically we take that shape and through subdivision we make that. So, you know, it does all the stuff that, you know, Blender can do in terms of organic modeling. Like do that, and then we have to quad face that. So do I have surface tools? No, I seem to have not installed them, so we'll do it manually. So we'll just do that. Obviously, in order for subdivision to work, all of the geometry needs to be quads. So we can do something like that, and then we can sub-d it like that. So, you know, when it comes to organic modeling, SketchUp is perfectly capable via plugins. But you need to do a lot of a lot of plugins to get it to that point. What I love about SketchUp, like specifically, is like, you know, I can take this and I think I want that to be 100 meters tall, please, and now it is. So I've just like typed that in, and now I have a 100-meter tall pole. Or I would like to lower that by 600 feet, which is way further than 100 meters. But you can work between different measuring scales just by literally typing it in, and you can probably do that with Blender, but I don't know how. But it's just so quick and easy, which I love. It's true, it cannot change the oil in your car. And speaking of SketchUp, why don't we try and do a bit more with it? Right, where did Bryce go? So I like the idea that you've got these maintenance tunnels which give you access to all the cabling and stuff that you need without having to like get into the crew quarters and things. Because if we've got like critical hardware running down the side of the ship, like, you know, the RCS thrusters and things will be here, so the power and the fuel lines for those will be coming down the side here. So it would suck if you had to go into the captain's quarters and start tearing off wall panels to get to that stuff. It makes much more sense to have, you know, a maintenance access way. And I think what we'll do is we will scale those based on the frame separations. So like that one would be that wide specifically. And then the ship would curve to its point there. Yeah, so right now we have the hull like this, which is obviously too tiny to support that, so that needs adjusting. So we need to probably rotate this somewhat. See, it's not a million times different from the whole profile we threw together from our just basic shape that we drew. So really now it's just about just taking that a little bit further. Like with the captain's quarters here, or the XO, whichever side we have it, we can now start shaping that to the shape of the hull, which means it can come out a little bit further there. And then we'll have those kind of curve their way across there. So really we need to sort of define where the limits are of where those tunnels go. So if we can get rid of the internal faces with that now. Need that. Or that. Let's get rid of those old windows. And here's some that I prepared earlier. Okay, right, so yeah, that definitely needs to come out further here at this edge. Although I've been trying to stick to a grid as much as possible with this, just to make the layout that much easier. So 400 would be there, which is probably where the wall was, which means another 200 goes to there, which kind of fits. It's almost precisely actually on the grid line, so that could be good. So with these being the crew quarters here, we don't want too much of a cavity on this side, although if a cavity exists, we could potentially use it for weapons. So we could put some weapons hardpoints there, in that cavity. That's a good question, Vilcato, and it's one of the questions that's come up a few times for the Magellan systems. And in a realistic world, you would have automated redundancy. You know, I've worked in environments where that's the case. You know, if something fails, then it fails over to a redundant source automatically, often within milliseconds. But that's no fun for a game, because if the player has nothing to do and the ship just fixes itself, then you're taking away player agency. So you end up with that balancing point between, you know, how much do we want the ship to manage itself realistically, and how much do we want to give the players actually something to do. So, you know, if there is a failure down this side of the ship, and all of a sudden, you know, you've got no power going to the RCS thrusters, then, you know, yes, we want to have redundant power for those thrusters, but, you know, that redundant power needs to have a manual switchover so that players are actually getting involved, you know, in doing that action. So let's have a think about... Yeah, we could definitely put some emergency capacitors alongside the RCS, so they've got something to draw from, until power is restored. I mean, obviously we want those, lots of flashing alarms on the bridge, to indicate that something's gone wrong. Right, I'm going to line this up exactly with the grid point. It was 0.3 of a centimetre off, so that's not a bad judgment. So if we call that the absolute outer limit for that, then we've only extended the outer hull by 1.5 meters. So that's not too terrible. And that gives us some maintenance walk space through there. And then we'll just we'll have that do a curve through there, but make sure that on that curve we don't get any closer than that point on this section. Which means for the next section, in fact, let's scale this bit accordingly. So that needs to be that big. Pop that one there. We're kind of going in that kind of direction with it. And then I think what we'll do somewhere around here, in order to break up that curve a little bit, I think we might have just a little bit that sticks out. It's probably the best way of doing that. So we have like maybe have that kind of come out there a bit like that before it goes round. And then we can make that like the RCS. It also gives it sort of just breaks up that curve a bit and gives us something nice to work with. And also it gives us more room for RCS hardware in there as well, which means we then don't need those bits at the side, which means that the cockpit / bridge at the front can then take up that entire section, which would be good. Yeah, VR is next. So what I'm actually working on outside of streams at the moment is putting out VR. So we're going to do a VR test build, basically just to, as a proof of concept to demonstrate how VR is pictured to work within the game. So I'll have a look at some different locomotion methods and just the ability to walk around, and press the control panels with a motion controller. But we want VR to be completely room scale. So we want you to be able to walk around the bridge and look out the window and be able to walk around the whole ship in VR. The VR test will be fully public, so you will be able to test it. Hopefully, the VR build will be out within the next month or so, depending on how long it takes to put the VR character together. Obviously, we don't need to do any specific functionality within the game for VR. because it's already been built with VR in mind. So literally all we're building for VR is the character pawn itself, the locomotion system for that pawn, and the ability for the character to actually interact with UI screens, which is like really simple because all you're doing is sticking a widget interaction component on the end of a finger so that they can prod buttons. I actually built the VR system for the Orville, so I have done it before. Not precisely, Sam, but if I pop that over there and then we mirror that like that, turn that around a bit. So let's get that in place. So let's say you have two objects either side. Basically at this point, those objects are now treated as components. So what you do to one applies to the other. So you can edit them in unison. Like all these crew quarters. So if I take one of these crew quarters and pop it over there, if I decide to delete that dude from the crew quarters, you can see it's deleted from all of them. So that's how you handle that within SketchUp. The bridge is located right at the front here, so if I turn off that bit, it will actually be all the way to the edges. So if we pop that over there a bit, 400, let me grab that bit and go over there by 400. That's basically the size and shape of the bridge, and there's a person for scale. Oops. So obviously we'll have the same kind of deal where we've got like a hollow display and helm at the front and various other stations. It's going to be a lot more multi-station than the Magellan, so most of the crew will have to dual role. So like the XO is probably also the chief engineer, and that sort of thing. Yeah, the dead body comes as standard. Yeah, this is the Caravella class, which is an Italian word for caravel, and it is named such because the shipbuilder is an Italian luxury starship company called Lunara Industries, led by a series of female Italian shipbuilders. It's like a family-run business with some hinted at past mafia dealings, so that they're not entirely above board. Yes, this is a much smaller vessel than Magellan. Here's one I prepared earlier. I'll load it up in 5.6 because the other thing I've been doing is putting together a Lumen test build, because I want to see whether I can improve performance for VR. A lot of the lighting techniques we use within the ship are basically hacks in order to simulate real-time GI. And if we can remove some of those hacks and replace it with actual real-time GI, then we might be better off for VR performance-wise. But I'll dump the Caravella next to the Magellan, and you can see the difference in size between the two. Well, that's not helpful, is it? Yeah, so the 5.6 build was me messing with stuff, so I could quite possibly have broken something. Let's just give that another try. It's probably not helped by the fact that I had no VRAM left. Oh, the onboard one. Duh. Alright, I obviously broke something with that. I shall fix that later. Let's do the non-lumen build a minute. Yes, VR is coming very soon. Yeah, the FTL coils will definitely take damage if they are mistreated. So they'll take wear and tear damage over time anyway. But yeah, if you run them hot or shut power off without shutting down gracefully, then yes, they will definitely not be happy. Right, so that was the Caravella in game. If we go to the Magellan class, now stick that next to it and you can see what they look like. Right, so there's the Magellan, and then we'll grab the Caravella test. Right, so that's the difference between the two. So you can see that it is a much, much smaller ship. Yes, it's nowhere near as big as the Magellan. 14 crew versus 200, so... But it will have a similar mission profile. Yeah, the Magellan has taken a long time. Well, 4 years. Although that's not 4 years straight. Probably about a year and a half, because before that we've had various versions of the Magellan, which we've kind of dumped and restarted and tried again. So yeah, so the actual version of the Magellan that's there has taken about a year and a half. Yeah, you won't be able to dock them together. So in order to get from one ship to another, you'll have to come out of the shuttle bay, fly over, and then dock into the shuttle bay of this one. These are the amazing lore accurate shuttles, or the people moving boxes, as we've called them. So you take your people moving box and you fly it over here, and then you disembark in here, and that's how you get into the other ship. But yeah, but we need to see, the goal was, when I started building this ship, I wanted to build something which was kind of like Millennium Falcon sized, something that was going to be really small and really quick to build. And then we ended up just getting bigger and bigger with more and more crew, because once you start thinking about a mission profile and what this ship actually needs to accomplish, then you think, right, you need this many people to do these jobs. And, as you're adding people, you're adding crew quarters and you're adding infrastructure. And then you think, right, so you need the power unit and then you need the engines. And all of a sudden, the ship is just growing and growing and growing because, this is the compact version of this ship. And yet it's still like a squeeze to fit everything into it. So, you couldn't make a ship with this kind of mission profile much smaller than what we've got here. In fact, this is probably pushing it as it is. And that's the cool thing about the process. And again, this is why I started all of this to begin with, is because I love building starships. I love designing starships. So, to get to build lots of them and actually be able to fly them around, it's like a dream come true for me. That is why we do what we do. It's going to be really cool crawling down there. Good. We can all share in how cool it is. Yes, Nexine. If you look up Starship Simulator on Steam, you should find it, although I think there's a link in the description. That's a good question, Macteus. So the Admiral's yacht probably isn't going to be much different size-wise, because the Admiral's yacht is, or was, going to be a shuttle, and then we decided rather than having it as a shuttle, we'll make it as a ship you can bring along with the Magellan, so you can have it in the same game world as the Magellan, just follow the Magellan around with it as an FTL capable vessel in its own right. So it needs to be fairly small and compact so that we can manage object count, because it'll be the first time that we have multiple FTL vessels in the game together where players can kind of get off one ship and go on another one. But it doesn't have the same mission profile, so it's not going to have its own hydroponics, it's not going to have science labs, it's not going to have the same level of facilities as this ship does. So it's going to be smaller already because of that. It's not going to have as many people on the crew. So really, it's an Admiral's transport ship, although an FTL capable transport ship. So we'll have to see how we do that. I would imagine, given that it only needs one shuttle, and it doesn't need the ability to survive in space. Like, the reason this is so big is because we also needed the infrastructure for actually supporting the crew over a long period of time in space. The Admiral's yacht won't need that, so we can get rid of a lot of that infrastructure. Like fuel scoops and things, it won't need a fuel scoop because it's not designed to go out there and supply itself. But we'll see. That'll be an interesting build when we come to building it. But yeah, it'll be smaller than this one for sure. Although I don't think it'll be a lot smaller. Oh, hello. Cat has arrived. That's Garfield. And yes, he is fat and miserable, just like his namesake. Yeah, we'll definitely have tankers. We'll have all kinds of different ships. There is already a ship's cat. Here he is. It's Jonesy. So he's in the demo now. He wanders around here. Basically, he has free roam of the entire ship. So he could be anywhere at any time. Steve will be back. Now the chicken's still there, but we're never getting rid of the chicken. It'll always be there. Get out my biscuits. No, get out of that as well. Stop. Hang on. Cat problems. Get out of it. He was actually typing on Discord earlier as well. He just flopped all over my keyboard and was chatting with our community. So I think what we'll do around here is we will take the angle of the engines and use that for the angle of the hull. So if you can see here, the angle of the hull is slightly less than the angle of the engines. So we'll make that line up essentially to make that a bit easier. And then we'll round that off there. And then we'll round that off there. Which means that we can chop that bit off. So knowing the angle of this, we can then work out the angle of that. And then just blend those two together into that smooth shape there. And then we'll carry that through to there, because this is going to be the bar / mess room for the crew. So we'll have a circular window around there, which means really we need to carry that kind of angle all the way along. Let's have a look and see how it pans out. Yeah, so if you fly at a planet under FTL, then similar to how it works if you try and frame shift drive towards something in Elite Dangerous, it will dump you out of FTL, really, really hard. So it will perform an emergency shutdown of the coils, at which case you will damage the coils and your ship will go spiraling out of control a little bit. So we will definitely have scenarios where you do not have a graceful shutdown of the engines. So and obviously we haven't approached the sublight flight model properly yet. So once we do that, which will be happening reasonably soon actually, then we'll start addressing those things, and we'll have it so that the FTL drive becomes more of a delicate piece of machinery that has to be managed carefully, because if you mishandle it or mismanage it, then you will start to have issues with the flight model. Fusion reactor is powering the ship. It's under that lot, under the floor. There. Yeah, all human vessels will use a combination of railguns and beam lasers. So the beam lasers are specifically designed for taking out shields, and then the railguns will be used for punching holes in the hull. Yes, we will have HOTAS support for the helm. So you wouldn't be able to just create the outer shell of a ship and just dump it straight in the game, because like every piece of hardware on the ship will have like a whole network of pipes and cables and data cables. So every piece of hardware on the ship will have a data cable, a power cable, and then if necessary some kind of fluid cable, be it coolant, fuel, or both. And those cables and pipes will be routed physically all over the ship, from source to destination, and they'll all be damageable and repairable and all the rest of it. So you can't just build a model of a ship and just pop it straight into the game. It's all fully simulated. Chris GG, it's already being done. So the fusion reactor and all the lights on the ship in the demo are all powered by a fully simulated electrical system. It's using real electrical engineering, and it's all perfectly performant. It's all event driven, so it's not all like ticking constantly. Whilst there is no state change, it's not using any CPU at all. So if you cut a cable or change the voltage, then that voltage change then replicates through down the chain. So there's a daisy chain of cables, and any state changes will replicate down that daisy chain. But once everyone's up to date with the current state of things, then there is no more CPU usage. It just sits there static until there's another state change. So it's actually really, really efficient. Yes, Magteus, basically I'm going to have to pick up like all the different most popular HOTAS and HOSAS devices and essentially grab the USB signals from all of them, because we have to use Windows raw input in order to set up something like a HOTAS in Unreal, and not all of them are equal. So the raw input you get is different between different manufacturers. So annoyingly, we need to have one of each, so that we can work out which input's coming from which, and then how we map that. So within the game settings, you'll have to specifically select which model of HOTAS you're using. Yeah, it's not too bad actually. The later versions of SketchUp are much better at handling large models. I only recently upgraded to SketchUp 2025, and it handles this no problem at all. I mean, I've got a 4090, but still, even the Magellan loads up fine. But then we don't have to load up the entire ship because a lot of the geometry is copy pasted. So, certainly for the circular sections, one section is then copy pasted, around in the circle. So things like crew quarters, you only really need to make one per ring and then copy that round. Yep, the only reason I'm using SketchUp is because that's what I'm used to. It's really that simple. There's nothing that I've needed to do that I haven't been able to do in SketchUp. And by the time I've learned how to do that thing in Blender, I could have already done it in SketchUp. It's really that simple. I have nothing against Blender. I have used Blender. It's a perfectly decent tool. And to be honest, when it comes to subdivision modeling, Blender is better because you've got the ability to move edge loops around that SketchUp really struggles with. But yeah, it's literally just a comfort thing. Again, it would take me longer to learn Blender, and I'm sure at the end of the day, I'd probably be better off with Blender because ultimately it's a much more capable tool. But I can get stuff done so quickly with SketchUp. It's just a time thing. Maybe when we've got more people working on stuff, I'll have the time to sit back and actually learn Blender properly. But for now, we're just using SketchUp, which is fine because it does everything we need. Like, I guess, case in point, everything you're looking at here was modeled in SketchUp. All of it. Literally all of it. All of that, all of this, all of the bridge, all of this was modeled in SketchUp. And the reason it looks the way it does is because all I'm doing in SketchUp, again, is just building the base geometry. That's it, just the geometry. Everything else happens in Unreal. Not yet, Mike. So we will figure out fuel usage once we actually have a reason to. So right now we don't have the ability to refuel the ship. So we'll wait until we do before we start looking at, what we want in terms of time scale between refuelings. I mean, off the top of my head, I was saying maybe once per sector. So a sector obviously being 100 light years wide, which means you'd have to refuel once every 100 light years. But, is that too often? Is that going to become annoying? These are all questions which need to be answered through playtesting. And until we've fully playtested that, it's difficult to know, where the sweet spot is. Because we want refueling to be consequential within the game. We don't want it to be a non-event, but at the same time, we don't want it to be an annoyance so much. Yeah, well, unlike something like Elite, you're not doing set jumps. You are traveling linearly through the galaxy. So it's more about a time to depletion. Plus, it will also depend on how much are you hitting the reactor, how much do you have it turned up, because the FTL drive doesn't use fuel; it uses electric. So really, it's the reactor which is running out of fuel, not the FTL drive itself. Yeah, I think it's fair to say that this ship would probably have a higher range. Don't know. One of the things that we will do at some point is we'll have a look at, I guess, the size of the FTL ring, or rather the size of the fusion reactor versus the size of the tanks, and then come up with a class-based system. So this is like a class 4 fusion reactor, which means it needs class 4 fuel tanks, which means that they hold this much fluid, which means it lasts this long. So, you know, bigger ships will have bigger capacity, and yeah, we'll come up with some kind of logical system for that. There's another cool thing about SketchUp. If I draw a circle and then I extrude that circle, then it automatically tells us that, let me make that a group, this is 2062 cubic meters. So it immediately tells you like the cubic meterage of a shape. So for things like fuel tanks, we literally just draw the fuel tank and it tells us what the volume is, which is really handy. I guess that's the beauty of using CAD. Yeah, I definitely think circular is good for the top there. And I think we will inherit the curve, inherit the slant rather, the angle of that. So rather than using what's here, we'll take that one. Yeah, and then we will do the decks below based on maybe the half height of this one, without wanting to make the connection too difficult. To be honest, if that's a right angle, that would be easier to blend in. Right, let's give this a try a minute. So let's grab that, soften that, take a copy of that edge. Guessing it needs to be full height up to there, so that's like the break point between frames. Actually, no, it's not. That's the break point. So do it to there for now. So if we then draw a wedge with this, actually saying that, what's that angle? So that's 38 degrees. So we need to make sure basically that we have 50 centimeters of clearance to the outer hull, because that's basically our cavity that we've predefined. whip that over a bit. And that goes down underneath. Right, so that triangle is equal in angle to the engine strut. So if we carry that around, then we've got our 50 centimeter separation, which is the same as we're using here. So if we draw that back in a sec. So all of our hull thicknesses are basically 1/2 meter, which we want to maintain there as well. Right, so if we move this back over here, where's the end gone? There, I think it was. Right, and all we need to do is take a copy of that path. Just realize that that's actually lined up to there. Paste that to there, extrude that along there. Right, and that basically gives us our angle for the front window. And then we need to think about how we're blending that in. Because that's quite far removed from the whole profile that we had. So I suppose we could pull that out a bit. Oh, thank you, Macteus. The Caravella is the same, Oni. So the law behind this ship is that whilst Lunara Industries are working with the UN on building the Magellan class, they're also building their own ship at the same time. So the launch date between the two ships is, probably within months of one another. They're building this ship in secret though, so the UN doesn't know that they're building this. This is going out to perform, their own exploitive exploration, looking for things that they can take advantage of. Sure, Foxton. I did C++ at college, which was about 25 years ago. So I've like forgotten most of the C++ I learned at college. I spent most of my years doing web dev. I basically spent my professional career as an IT manager. I used to manage maintenance activity on a global network, and doing web design, and I built a bunch of PHP systems which kind of supported impact analysis in the maintenance activities on our network. So all of the development work I did was kind of incidental to my main job, which was managing maintenance activity. So all of the stuff that I'm doing as game dev is all hobby, basically. I started it as a hobby, and that hobby has just transitioned over time into, you know, doing it properly. That's essentially how it went for me. But I've been working in Unreal now for about 7 years. Yeah, 7 years, all in all. And I've been using SketchUp for about 10 years. Actually, no longer than that. No, I've been using SketchUp for about 12 years, if not 15 years. But yeah, Unreal, probably about 7. The very, very first thing I did with Unreal was build a VR walk-around of the Enterprise refit. That's how I got into all of this. So I was hoping that the angle of the hull here would be kind of suitable to continue along, but it's just not going to work. There's way too much of a difference there between the planned hull and what we've actually got there. So it means we will have to kind of widen that as we go back. Because I think otherwise it's going to maybe stick out a bit too much. Let's just have a look a minute where that attaches to. So that goes to there. So really, if we were to blend that in, guess we're looking at about, I'd say at least a meter's worth of curve. Which means we'd be going a meter that way, which takes us to there, which means that's our cutoff point for that. So that gives us the curve there. And then we also want probably 50 again on top of that. That's probably quite tall for the front of the ship, but let's have a look. I mean, that needs to be 50 up there anyway, which is only really there. Which means it would have to be that tall. It's almost an entire extra deck. Okay, which means then, because that's crazy, we can't do that. So instead, let's go out from there instead. which means that needs to be at least 1 meter wide. Yeah, so we would definitely have to blend that curve in there, which means the top of the upper deck would be this tall. So by default it would be 50, so we're only extending it by 20 centimeters, which is kind of nothing really. Yeah, we haven't decided on a price point for the Caravella yet, but off the top of my head, I would expect it to be around about the £15 mark, given size and complexity. Okay, so that would basically just blend that in into a smooth curve, giving us a ceiling height of that. But we'd also need to blend the curve at the front as well, just to give that a smooth transition around there, which means we're going to have a point where we've got a concave curve joining a convex curve, so we need to blend those two curves together to form like the smooth hull profile. I mean, in an ideal world, I would prefer the support pylon being lower down so that we don't have to do that, but there just isn't enough room for it. Not without making the ship toes so tall that it's basically an extra deck. So yeah, we're just going to have to live with it and sort the curves out, which means a bunch of subdivision. So I'm not modelling that by hand. But how do we then solve the problem of that curve? Because these sticky out bits define like basically where the edge of the hull needs to go, so that the hull cannot get closer than this for our 50 centimeter limit. I definitely think curved window works there. I think that's going to look really nice. And then I think we definitely need to blend the rest of the hull into that. I think we'll go probably a meter off the ground for the actual window height. And that makes the space a little bit wider as well, because you'll because of the angled walls. It makes the room bigger, which is useful. Rabba, yeah, the problem we have is that these have staircases going up them, and not only do they have staircases going up them, but they also have to align with the deck height of the internal staircase as well. So we've got basically several things that all need to line up in order for that staircase up the middle to be viable. So we can't really adjust the angle of the engine supports. They're kind of set in stone now. So we have to build the ship around that as our kind of our base point. I'm wondering, to be honest, whether or not we just start pulling that out a bit, because we could. We could just move that sideways a bit. And do something more like that. So bring it out at an angle. Because we're still adhering to the angle of the support strut there. And we're retaining the angular shape of the hull. Right, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm just thinking about there's the ease of blending in that shape, and also not wanting too much of a cavity. So yes, we could do with a bit more room in engineering, but at the same time we don't want to make too many hull cavities, because then we're just creating wasted space there basically. We want it to be fairly buttoned up with not a lot of hollow space around the hull. Yeah, the engines are by no means set in stone and will probably get bigger. So the ring itself will probably get a bit wider too. Yeah, so it's a larger engines to warrant service corridors this big. Although, like I said, we do actually have a little bit of luxury in terms of the height there. So we can bring that down a little bit, although not by much. Yeah, the stairs align there. If we were to narrow the hull a little bit, where's the center point there? Hang on. Let's just undo that extrude a minute. Good point, Firstus. To be honest, Danger Mouse, that's not entirely impossible, because with where the bridge is located, if I turn off that. See, right now, the entrance to the bridge is via this corridor, which is actually half a deck higher than the bridge. So there is no reason why not that we can have a split level bridge and you have to step down into it. It's entirely doable. We definitely have the space for that. Oh yeah, this red tube, that's going to be one of the power lines. That's just there as a scale indicator. It's not how it's actually going to be. These engine support struts are going to be like a mess of steel framework, basically. And then there will be cable runs going through that steel framework, and like a circular stairway going up the middle of it as well. So this will be like a circular staircase with a circular door. So we'll have like a maintenance hatch type thing here where you can climb up inside. It shouldn't be something you need to do very often. It's literally just there for, for performing engine maintenance. In terms of space, right now, that is the size of a person versus the size of the engines. So, there would be a small platform, but the engines are going to get bigger for sure. Yeah, so going back to the hull shape. Yeah, there'll be lots of engine hardware and also argon tanks and that sort of thing. So, yeah, they will need to be a fair bit bigger. Also, I did these engines when the ship was smaller. The ship's grown quite a bit since I did them. So I'm just looking at this access down here. So if we get rid of that again. So we need what is essentially the coolant and argon tanks for the RCS thrusters, which are going to be Vasimir rockets, the same as the main engines. So I reckon probably something like that. So the idea with this space here was to have sort of access down from above into this space. So we'd have the actual RCS hardware itself sticking out here, and then all the tanks and things for that kind of stored here. Which means that would need to extend at least to there. And then we have just crew access going alongside it. Yeah, so something like that for like an Argon tank. Obviously mirrored on both sides. So you'd have independent fuel supplies for each side of the ship with a cross feed. So if one side gets damaged, you can cross feed from the other. I think that would be pretty good. Yeah, and then the maintenance access essentially needs to run. Oh, actually, it'd probably be better if, given the space requirements we have, it's probably better to have the fuel tanks more inward, away from the hull, and then have the maintenance access go around them. Because then we've got that entire space basically up to there. So we could have, you know, one tank of coolant, one tank of fuel down there. And if we make them non-tubular, they can be wider, or even have two tanks next to each other. They'll need pump hardware. They'll need chillers for returning unspent fluids. Okay. Yeah, that works. So let's get rid of that a minute. Yeah, the outside hull plating will be individual. So each individual square of hull plating will be a separate object, and it will be damageable and fixable in its own right. So you will see visual damage on the outside of the ship as these hull platings get all smashed up. We'll have like a little repair bee thing. So in addition to the actual large vehicles in the shuttle bay, you'll have like a little mini JCB thing that you can fly around. Like the power loader from Aliens, but like that you fly around in it. And you'll be able to use that for doing maintenance on the outside of the ship. Certainly on this one, where you don't get to walk around on the hull. At least not as easily. Right, let's sort this out a minute. Quite sure what was going on with that. Because of course it's going to be awkward. Something somewhere isn't lined up. This is a downside to SketchUp. Sometimes it doesn't like a bit of geometry, and exactly what it doesn't like about it is not always obvious. Something there isn't coplanar with the other faces. It's probably like a slightly misaligned vertex. So if we do like 1 millimeter, make sure that anything that's closer than a millimeter is deleted. Yeah, there we go. That's what it was. Oh, I see. Right, so that these are these annoying little things which just crop up and waste time. Right, fixed. Okay, how far is that from that? So that is 70. So if we just measure 70 there, we can move that back into position. That should be equal to the other side now. So we've got plenty of room there for maintenance. Right, so in terms of the hull extent, we're going to need something basically like that. Probably more. That. Somewhere in between the two, annoyingly. Right, so that's our internal wall cavity. Because we've got a 40 centimeter internal cavity, so that's where we run pipes and cables between the walls. And then we need, at minimum, we need 50 cap to there. So if we draw 45-degree angle there, stick that out 50 there. Don't need that one because it's technically wrong, although actually I will actually stick that on the door frame instead, so it's referenced everywhere. Right, so basically that is our minimum angle. So something like that. mirror that underneath as well. Looks a bit like Sputnik. Okay, so in terms of like the edge of the hull there, that's basically what we're working with space-wise. In fact, if I copy that, delete all of that, put it back in, soften it off, then we extrude that shape. So that's our outer hull, and it gives us like plenty of clearance above the wall, which is nice. So that's like genuine safe space for internals within that size area, which means the walkway for the crew basically needs to fit into there. So if we say 1.5 meters, that becomes the crew access space, which would fit someone like Bryce. As long as he doesn't try and jump, he fits. Gremlin, yeah. Yep, this ship will have a fuel scoop. Yeah, so the pros and cons SketchUp wise are pros, it's quick and easy. Cons, it can't really do UV mapping properly, it can't do face weighted normals, and its subdivision tool set is not as good as Blender's. But that aside, it's good to use. Yeah, to be honest, we've got the additional headroom with the angle anyway, so if we were to actually model that, we'd have the floor something like that. Yeah, so we'd have like a handrail there or something. So then the question, going back to these bits, is how close can we get? So that's the edge of that particular bit of frame, which means it can go basically yeah, so that needs to come in, which means it does need to get steeper. So as we move forward, so yeah, so as this edge comes in, that's going to need to steepen, because otherwise we're not fitting. So just for testing's sake, see, it's going to make it look weird, but it's going to have to come up at least to there. So angle wise, we're definitely coming up. And then so if we pull this bit out a minute. What's going on there? Of course, because we've got the other edge of the step. Right, so there's that frame section. So we're definitely going to need at least enough room to get past this tank. Means we're okay window height wise, because let's make this one unique a minute, because we don't want to mess with the one underneath. So we want a minimum of probably 100 off the ground for the window, which is there. So it means the window is going to be basically from there up. Which means we have clearance for that. So I'm actually thinking if we were to double up the tanks there, then we could move that out a tad. Just widen the back bit slightly. And then rather than having that go all the way to the front like that, we were to shorten that a bit. Because what we could actually do is maybe have pump and chiller hardware maybe here, or actually maybe at both ends. Maybe pumps at one end, chillers at the other. Which means that doesn't then need to stick out quite so far. Which means we can preserve our curve through there. See you, Quickers. Have a good one. I shall be heading off myself in a sec because it's almost been 4 hours. Yeah, so I think in terms of fitting in crew access all the way down the edge there, we can't have that come out too far, and that can actually go back in to there. As can this one. Okay, so by not having a fuel tank go all the way to this edge, we do save a bit of room here, which means we can use that bit of cavity there for chiller hardware or pump hardware as needed, which means we've got 2 tanks through there. I'm going to walk way past it, which means we then have the ability to squeeze this in a bit more. It's definitely still going to need to be steeper for sure. So at the moment we've got sick bay down there on deck 3, and we were debating on the last stream on whether or not to move it up to deck 2, have it up here instead, on the same deck as the bridge essentially. And the reason we didn't do that is because by having it on deck 3, we've got direct access from the shuttle bay all the way into sick bay without having to go up the lift. But with having maintenance access through here, it means we lose the ability to put windows in sick bay, and I think that's going to be a problem. So I would much rather move sick bay up to deck 2, give it some windows, and then the crew quarters underneath will eventually effectively be the same as these, the same level, which means they won't stick out as far, which means we're more free with our space underneath. So that will actually make everything fit better. So if I move those up 300 a minute, we'll just grab all that like that actually. Yeah, then move them down 300. Paste in what would then be sick bay. Then grab those. And then put them on deck 3. Okay, so basically that now puts sickbay on the same level as the bridge. It does mean that we have to go up the lift if we're coming with patients from the shuttle bay, but it's not the end of the world because we do have a lift. But it means that we're now in a position where we can put windows properly in the shuttle bay, and then we don't need them down here for those crew quarters. So that actually solves a problem for us. And then it makes this deck like pretty much fully just crew quarters. And obviously the crew facilities are there as well, so on the whole that just works better. Yeah, I just nerd out over stuff. Everything that I do, like in the game, anything I need to research, I just nerd out over it, read loads of stuff, and educate myself on the specifics of a thing. Yeah, to be honest, by using that for windows, we don't actually need to perhaps go quite so steep there, although that is needed for a door frame, so I guess we do. And then, yeah, similar there. How does that compare to our existing hull shape? Okay, it's not dissimilar, to be honest, in terms of its angle, so we pretty much did already have that covered. The only difference is obviously, once you add a nice curve into it, it just looks a lot nicer. But that does give us room for Bryce. Engineer Bryce. Plenty of room to get around the outside of sickbay. And that should get us all the way down to here as well. Yeah, so that will be the one. So we'll use this block. So again, the ship's separated into blocks. So this block will be the one that actually comes out with all the RCS hardware, which means that can be wider there, which means we'll take the maintenance access and move it in, which again works because we need the windows at the top, not the bottom, so that gives us room for the windows, which is good. And that can just be straight through there, that doesn't really matter so much. Okay, so I think, the answer the question rather, we were asking ourselves when we started this stream was, can we have maintenance access down the edge of the ship so we can follow the pipes and the cables to the RCS thrusters and potentially the weapons outcropping, which will be here somewhere as well. And the answer is yes, we can definitely make room for that, and it won't mess with the hull profile too much. It gives us room enough for our utility tanks there. The hardware can go at the back. In fact, those tanks can be quite long. Yeah, so that all fits nicely. And then we'll just have to worry about the top section, so how we're going to blend the curve of the windows there into the hull there. It will all work out, as it always tends to do. Yeah, I think having medbay up there rather than down there may not be best in terms of shuttle bay access, but it's certainly the best way of doing it in terms of where the windows go. I'd much rather have to use a lift and have windows than to not use a lift and don't have windows. All the vitamins and amino acids you could need. Yes, there will be EVA suits for sure. Absolutely for sure, because things like the weapons and sensor arrays and things, they'll all need fixing on the outside of the ship, so you'll actually have to EVA to fix them. Okay, so on that happy note, I shall call it a night because it's been 4 hours. And I need to go and stretch my legs and refill my drink. And then I shall get back to sorting out all my VR stuff. Ready for the big push on our VR build. So thank you again, everyone, for watching the stream. And yeah, sorry it turned into a bit of a Q&A stream, but that was to be expected. I'm sure... what day is it? Sunday, isn't it? Yeah, so Wednesday's stream will probably be a lot more of a building stream than a Q&A stream, but it's all good. Right, have a good one, everyone. I shall see you on Wednesday. Bye for now.